Notice is hereby given pursuant to the Texas Open Meetings Act, Vernon's Annotated Civil Statute, Article 625217, that the city of Smithfield will conduct a city council meeting on December 11, 2023 at 6 p.m. at City Hall located at 317 Main Street, Smithfield, Texas. Call the meeting to order. Will you lead us? Councilman Jamison. Who's? Oh, please pray. I don't know who's praying. Sorry, I don't know why I made everybody stand up.
Let us pray. Thank you for your many and abundant blessings. Thank you for life itself, for the measure of health. We need to fulfill our callings for sustenance and for friendship. Thank you for the ability to be involved in useful work and for the honor of bearing appropriate responsibilities. Provide us the wisdom to make the decisions that are best for our community and remind us of our duty to represent their wishes, not our own. In your blessed name we pray. Amen. I pledge allegiance to the flag of the United States of America and to the republic for which it stands, one nation, under God, indivisible, with liberty and justice for all. Under the Texas flag, I pledge allegiance to thee, Texas, one state, under God, one and indivisible.
Bill. Come on down. You got places to be, girl.
Really appreciate being able to present first on top of everything else because, you know, my son's a senior this year. And so it's his last winter concert. I really want to tell you how much I really appreciate this. So, Jennifer, do you have the website? Oh, I'm sorry. I don't, yeah. So let me do, okay. Do you have the link? Okay, sorry, it's going to take us a minute. But so in the meantime, what we're presenting is going to be the website. We are still on track to our timeline. We're anticipating being able to go live on January 3rd. So we've got a couple of things that there's a couple of things that we know we need to fix, but we have plenty of time to fix that. We had the first look at the website, was it about two-ish weeks ago? So one thing that you'll notice, this is a good photo. As we looked through some of the other ones, you'll see that there's not, they don't have a lot of our Smithville photos yet, but they'll fix that as we go through it in the next couple of weeks. If you want it, so that looks different than on my computer. Yeah. Oh, I'm sorry. I don't know what to say about that. It's not quite right. The Smithville should be over to the side and that whole banner should be up a little bit higher. And the blue box should be over. So I don't know what kind of thing's going on there. So that'll be fixed. And so if you, go ahead and scroll down, and that should be fixed on the top. You've got here those buttons that we were talking about. They pop, they all go to where they need to go. The next section after that is the latest news. So if you see, and what I understand too is when you click on stay up to date, we'll be able to collect people's information so that we can have, if we would want to have a newsletter or some kind of push out to people who want to get that information, we'll be able to collect that through that button. These are some of the things that they've put in. These are, like I said, these are stock images, but we'll fix that and turn those all into Smithville images. And by the way, Sandy Meyerson took Jose Rivera up in his airplane today. So he has a ton of really spectacular over the city photos of, just flying around everywhere. So I'm really looking forward to seeing those. But he's not here because he went home a little earlier. He's not feeling well either. There's a lot of illness around. Here's our calendar. This is going to be filled in, obviously, once we have actual events, this will be filled in. So you can see what you're looking at, and you'll be able to click on any of those dates so that you can go and get all the information you might need about any of the events coming up. And the view all events, of course, will take you directly to the calendar site. I don't know how much you want to go into depth, but and then when you scroll down, this will be at the bottom of all of the things. So you'll have the contact us information that send us the messages live. So that'll go straight to one of those forms where you can fill in your email address and your title and your message, and that'll be linked in so that it won't go directly to anyone specific, but it'll be reviewed and, like a C-click fix and sent to where it needs to go. Where the Preserve America is right now, we have a number of things that never actually made it on our old website. So that's something I'm going to ask Jose to do. So for example, we're a Soul Smart city. That's going to go there. We've been a Tree City USA. I'm not sure that we can still claim that or not, but if we can, we'll put that up there. There's a couple other kind of designations. We film friendly, that's going to go there. So like those kinds of things are all going to be in that section, and it'll scroll through. So right now there's one dot. When we have more of them, there'll be more dots, and they'll just kind of, as you're looking at this, they'll scroll through. We've got city links and resources. The council message board is at the top. City calendar is the second one. That'll be another quick link. News and announcements and facts. We're talking about resources. These are basically sites that are outside of the city website. So county elections and the Smith Area Chamber of Commerce will be able to go in there and make changes and additions. We're going to be taking training tomorrow, Wednesday, and Thursday. So we'll be able to add more things in as it's appropriate. This is, if there's anybody that feels like we need to make any changes to that, we'll be able to make changes. But so this is your first kind of overview of the homepage. If you want to go all the way up to the top. So that section there, it says our city government departments, that's supposed to stay static. I'm not sure why it's not right now. There must be some glitchy on their end. I apologize for that. But that'll stay static. Every time you scroll down, you'll keep that information at the top of the page. And so if you want to go to our community and go to Engage Smithville. So this is going to be Jose's, his baby that doesn't do anything. Well, okay. Well, I guess that they must be having problems with that banner or something, because that banner is supposed to be something up there. So this will be, if you go to the community voice, this is the public participation section. That's something that Civic Plus does. You can see there's different community members can provide different ideas under different initiatives. They've got several of them listed here. I think we'll be able to make some kind of changes and maybe add some ideas, whatever categories we might want. People can look to see if they like anybody else's idea. So this will be a really good way for us to get some feed in from the community to say, these are some things that you want to think about, or something that we should consider doing, or, all that kind of stuff. So, I don't know if there's anything else specifically that you all want.
Let me add one thing. You
Yeah.
said January 1st. February 1st is the target date, not January
I'm sorry, January 3rd.
3rd. Well, 1st, February 1st is going to be the release date.
Oh, I'm sorry. I
okay.
apologize. Okay.
And again, this is just to give you an idea that we're making progress. There's still some bugs to work out, but it's far improved from our old website.
Yeah.
So thank the team for working on this. Appreciate it.
Yep. Okay. Any questions so far? No. Okay. All right. Thank you. Thank you all very much. I appreciate that.
We're going to go to number 17 on the agenda. Discussion and action to decide which of the two proposals to submit for January 16, 2024 Texas Commission on the Arts Art Responds Grant Opportunity. You want to tell us about it, Jill?
Yes, ma'am. Thank you. So there's two proposals up for this January 15 Texas Commission on the Arts deadline. That's January 16. So we have about a month-ish to finish it out, but they're fairly well done, both of them. The Lost Pines Artisans Alliance is proposing to beautify the outside of the Mary Nichols house. So if you remember several years ago, they had big paintings that were all up and around on the outside walls. That was something Cammie Snyder had spearheaded. She found a bunch of artists that were interested in doing that work. They did that all at no charge to the community just out of the benefit, out of the graciousness of their hearts. But what LPAA is looking for is to doing a bigger community project and to do something where we're linking together with the master naturalists or potentially the ag extension or maybe both, and doing some work so that we can see our agrarian roots and to do things connected to seeds. Do some the different artists would be providing the basically the it could be a paint by number, but with seeds and flowers and feathers and kind of natural elements and things like that. Seal that all up with some kind of sealant so it doesn't all fall off or start growing, and put those all up on the wall, outside wall, to make the Mary Nichols house a nicer spot to, more identifiable as an art location. Brandy Royster is president of the the Los Angeles Artisans Alliance. She's here if you have any additional questions. The other proposal is from Janice Lee. Actually, we can stop right there. She is also providing, one of the things you'll notice from your packets, this is basically a template from the questions that are on the portal for TCA. So it takes you very completely through exactly what's going to be asked for us to be able to submit for the proposal. So they both of them are looking at natural resources and agricultural as one of the choices for the priority areas, which is actually quite exciting for me because we've never done this before. And I think they both have a very strong link to that particular section, which is great because we've done a lot of the economic development. We have done a couple with education. We did one with veterans. So if we do that, if the only one we'll be missing is going to be the public safety and criminal justice, and hopefully we'll be able to hit on that one at one of the ones coming up. Both of these are going to have to be done by the end of August, so to fit TCA deadlines. What Janice is proposing to do is to work with the Smithville Community Gardens, and Community Gardens you'll see they have a letter of support in there. They are willing to work together with Janice to be able to provide this program. And she's going to do basically a number of classes or sessions with a small group of individuals. And then at the end of it, there'll be a mural at the house at the Community Gardens house. So those are the two. She is not here today. She had some car trouble, but if you had questions of her, I can give her a call and translate what she's saying or put the phone up to the mic or whatever. So if anybody, any questions of either project?
So we get to pick just one of the two, right? Or is
Yes.
there enough funding? Because I noticed one was for 5, one was for 3. It was reduced.
Yes. So the TCA, I think either of them are going to be, as far as funding is concerned, I don't think it's going to be a matter there's not going to be a problem for TCA. They're currently funding us at 6,000 as a total project, seems to be the sweet spot for them. Anything under is kind of, I think, gravy, but we've been working with them for 10 years now. And I feel like they hit us with 6 all the time, even if we ask for 10 or we ask for, I think the only times that they've done more than about 6 is when we've asked for some big projects for the cultural district, like at the Mary Nichols house for those big renovation projects and things. But I don't think that should be a problem for either of them. And again, to that point, it'll be a matching grant. So half of it will come from TCA, half of it will come from the sources. If you look at the sources, LPAA is committing to the match for that. Janice Lee is going to be looking for sponsors.
So on the, I like the seed idea. And when we put these on the outside of the Mary Nichols Center, right? So they're going to be sort of climate ready to go on the
Yes.
side of the building.
Yes. Yeah, absolutely.
Yeah. Okay.
Neither one required city funds.
Probably not. Now, for sure, the LPAA will not require city funds because LPAA is providing their own budget for this. Janice Lee says she's looking for sponsors. I can't guarantee that we will find sponsors. She doesn't have them lined up. That's not to say it's not a big project. It probably will find sponsors, but unless the money's there, I can't.
Well, if we're making the decision tonight, that's important.
And the other thing is that this opportunity from TCA comes up twice a year. So the next call for proposals will be in July. And so what we could do, if you want to revisit, whichever one doesn't get it tonight, we can revisit that one for the July call.
Um. Well, no, hold on a second. So on the one that you got that we received from, I guess it was the May Gardening Cool again.
Yes.
Okay, that one, one of the questions here, how you would track the economic impact of this project. And there wasn't any answer. Was there any discussion on that? I know that's one of the questions that TCA asked.
Yes, apologies. Janice had sent me an email just about an hour ago, maybe an hour and a half ago. She did want to say that she was sorry. She had another deadline that was coming up in addition to this one, and she just couldn't get back to all of those questions in time for this meeting. If you selected, I will work with her on all of those things that were not answered completely.
Okay, thank you.
We can only do one. You can't choose both.
Just a quick question. Your preference?
My preference?
I mean, to me, the most obvious, the logical one is what I think you suggested, which is the one that will require some private donations to maybe cycle that for the mid-year. It
Mhm.
gives her an opportunity to spend 6 months trying to raise that. And then whatever shortfall might exist, you could certainly consider if you felt like it was still compelling to come to the city with whatever the gap was. It may not be the whole 3,000, maybe something less than that. But that's just a thought, is to go with, recommend the one that doesn't require any funding and it has it all in place, and then, encourage them to raise the funds and then just revisit the city mid-year at the next cycle. Hey, would you have a problem with that?
Not at all.
Okay. Go ahead, Jimmy.
Hey, I'm Sharon Sheeta, and I had worked on the project with, when Janice had started the last one. And, was able to bring my grandkids. And so that was a really good experience because I brought two of them and they both really enjoyed art. So they were able to learn a lot from her. And I spoke to Janice and she was concerned about, um, being able to start in April more because of the weather. We would be outside as opposed to starting in the summer. It would be a little bit cooler at that time. And she had expressed how this could end up being like a backdrop to like a gathering area to possibly invite more people to experience the gardening a little bit more. So it'd be have kind of a few different purposes. One to help kids be free art lessons, and myself too. So, and then, people see it driving by in the community. It'll be something to notice. And she was saying something about being able to put picnic tables out there and just have it like a little bit of a farm to market type area that we can gather. So those are just some of the things that she had told me about. Yeah.
Hi, my name is Brandy Royster. I'm president of the Lost Pines Artisans Alliance, and I just wanted to say a couple things about the project that we're hoping to get started over there. So, our goal has been to make the art center more of a place for the community to join for classes, for gatherings. Right now, we are doing several different types of art lessons. Once a month, we also offer free classes. We also have the Songs of Smithville group that was working upstairs to complete their record. And then most recently, we had the Yarn Bombers taking up space there for their meetings and all their community projects that they're working on. So what we are hoping to do by doing this mural outside is to really bring the community in, involve them, because when people drive by, we want them to point out and say, hey, I did that. We want them to feel like they're a part of it. So just wanted to give you guys a little perspective on that, and thank you for your consideration. Thank you.
I don't know if you need anything more.
Motion. I was gonna make a motion that we go ahead and select the Nature of the Arts at the Mary Nichols Arts Center. For, I guess it's $5,500.
Motion has been made in second. All in favor? Motion is approved. Thank you.
Thank you all and have a great evening. I'm out of here. Thank you all
Bye.
very
Thank
much.
you for all your-
Enjoy.
Appreciate it. Thank
Okay,
Now we're on.
now we're going back to the minutes.
Okay.
Number 5.
All right.
Let me get back in order here.
I gotta get back.
I got Merry Christmas. On this,
On the minutes?
go ahead.
We on the minutes?
Yes, discussion and action on approval of the minutes from November 2023 council meeting and public hearing, and December 2023 special call council meeting. Any questions?
Yes, I want to just clarify on page 3 under citizen comment, when we talked about allocating funds, Yarn Bombers 1943, Courtney Dyer
she sent out
2160, Michelle Gardella 2970, and spend hotel occupancy tax funds to fund the Hope float signs. I want to make it clear that what we voted on was to fund the entire cost of Hope floats, not just the portion that was there, because there were other costs associated with the Hope float signs. And the motion was to approve all of the cost of that. I want to make sure that the minutes reflect that. And I'll make a motion to accept them with that change unless someone else caught something else.
Second.
Motion been made in second. All in favor? Approved. Did you get that, Jennifer? Okay. That all the costs will be. All right. Number 6, hear from the applicant agent on all planning and zoning applications.
Mayor, do you need a separate motion for the special meeting minutes too? Okay, then I'll
Oh.
make a motion that we approve the special meetings of December 7th meeting as well as presented.
Second. Motion's been made in second. All in favor? 1, 2. Approved. Okay, so you got both of them. On to the next item. Hear from the applicant agent on all planning and zoning applications. A replat. Definitely. It's a replat to combine 2 lots into one at 107 Northeast 4th Street, property ID 19187, Smithfield Town Site, Block 14, Lot 7, South FR from, and Lot 8. Property owner Charles and Debbie Etheridge, agent Kevin Von Mitten.
Mayor and council, my wife Debbie and I own the house at 107 Northeast 4th, the White House behind the post office. We several months ago, we renovated the house the early part of this year, and a few months ago added a pergola, or I would describe it a trellis over the deck on the back. And I was informed by Lisa that I had constructed that without a permit and needed a permit. And so I went to apply for the permit, and the permit requires a number of calculations from setback lines. And of course, when you have a lot configuration or plat configuration like ours, you cannot conform to those setback lines. So we contracted with Bevco to replat the lot. And so I think this action is just simply to combine the 2 lots into a single platted lot. So we can then go and apply for the retroactive permit for our pergola. And I'm happy to answer questions if I do. And Mr. Reewe's here too. He may want to speak.
Any question? It's pretty straightforward. Brian, you don't come up for your last time? Hey, Okay, Merry Christmas.
As Mr. Etheridge, as opposed to Councilman Etheridge as the applicant on this, after he came to planning and zoning and admitted the gall of building without a building permit, and after proper admonishment from planning and zoning, we voted unanimously to recommend to city council that the replat be approved.
Yeah, I feel honored that your last official act would be to recommend approval of my replat.
Yeah. Yeah, he is, yeah. Yeah, he's gonna become the assistant municipal judge.
Okay. This is where.
You were,
Public hearing go into. No. Open meeting. Oh. Could you just come up here, just let everybody? Yes, sorry, thank you. Just state your name, please. No, I apologize that it's not on the agenda. It's something we're gonna have to research.
Correct. We cannot act. We apologize. January 8th is the next meeting. It will be on the agenda.
Well, we're sorry. I apologize. Do we have, make sure we have, will you make sure she has your phone number that we can make sure we're communicating? If you don't mind.
Hmm? Mm-mm.
You can stay and hang out with us.
Yeah.
Sorry.
Mhm. Mhm. Yep. absolutely.
Okay, so we're gonna close the open meeting and go into the public.
I know.
Call to order. Do we have anybody signed up to speak? Okay. So I'm gonna close the public hearing and go back into the open meeting. And number 11, discussion and action on replat, combine two lots into one at 107 Northeast Fourth Street, property ID 19187, Smithfield Town Site, Block 14, Lot 7, South FR, and Lot 8, property owner Charles and Debbie Etheridge. And please note that Councilmember Tom Etheridge will not be voting. Need a motion?
Mayor, I make a motion that we approve the replat to combine two lots into one at 107 Northeast 7th Street, property ID 19187, Smithfield Town Site, Block 14, Lot 7, and Lot 8. Owners, Charles and Debbie Etheridge.
On Fourth Street.
on Fourth Street.
Yeah, okay, I'll second the motion.
Motion been made and second, all in favor? It passes and
Saying for
abstained
the record.
for the record. Okay, good to go. Discussion and action on cemetery software presentation by All Funeral Services.
Hey, Council and Mayor, this is something we've been looking at for, well, several years, actually. We did evaluate three cemetery management software service providers. And tonight we'd like to have Mr. Alex Resnikoff from All Funeral Services present their product and their services for your consideration. Alex, you good for the? Yeah. Okay. While he's queuing it up, this is a digitization of our cemetery. Actually, the whole operation is going to improve efficiency and customer service and satisfaction, and whereby you can go in and drill down at both cemeteries, Oak Hill and Mount Pleasant, to see what plots are available, who's in the plots. Yeah, who's in the plots currently for genealogy or just for searching purposes. So I'm really excited about this opportunity. So Alex, need help?
I might, yeah, it seemed not to be showing the share screen. My apologies. So just a quick round of introduction. My name is Alex Resnikoff. I'm a Director of Business Development. Oh, yeah, of course. Of course.
We'll switch.
I did wake up at 4 a.m. today to fly in from New York. So my apologies for the lot of hiccups, but we'll get there. No. I'll try that. It's 507. So while we're fixing these, yeah, I'm going to talk into the mic. So while we're fixing the small technology issue, we're a technology company. We focused exclusively on the death care industry, particularly the cemeteries management. And we built a flagship product called Cemetery Workstation that's designed to digitize all the activities that cemetery managers and cemetery staff go through on a daily basis. So that means sales management, inventory management. If the cemetery operates a crematorium, it's a cremation management. And also it facilitates the engagement with the community because we offer not only the operational workstation for the cemetery staff, but also a segue for the families to log into the family portal and basically view all of their details in regards to their loved ones that are buried in that particular cemetery. So it looks like it's starting to look promising as far as the, here we go. This is the presentation. All right, so I'm gonna go through the presentation and then I'm gonna switch back and forth with the system as well. All right, so yeah, the product that I was discussing before is called Cemetery Workstation. Basically, it's a state-of-the-art software specifically developed based on the best practices that cemeterians across the country utilize as part of their operations. So some of the very forward technologies that we're using is scheduling tools, so the public would be able to actually schedule appointments. E-signature, I'm sure you used it before. We integrated with DocuSign, so that enables the families and the cemetery staff to actually digitally sign all documents. There's a number of financial solutions that are incorporated into the platform. such as multiple payment methods, credit card, bank transfer, ACH, cash or check, or prepaid arrangements. You're able to connect, as I mentioned, with your community, with the buyers. All of the available lots actually available for sale on the website. So the website that you just showed, we can simply integrate with it so the public can actually navigate to that section and see what is available and basically schedule an appointment to come in or just initiate the purchase altogether. So all the properties are would be shown that are for sale, and basically through the appointment or through the purchase online, we can actually move forward with that. Also, the inventory system, and this is something that I'll show you, the live system module. So first of all, you will be able to integrate and digitize all of your legacy data. So any paper maps, paper napkins, notebooks, what have you, we've seen it all. Everything that's in paper format now will be scanned, digitized. And when I say digitized, it doesn't mean just, taking a photograph. We actually take the data from those forms and upload it into the system. It's really cool. Also, you will be able to retain all the decedent's information. So that means that not only their dates of life, their name, but also the system enables you to create an obituary for that person that can be viewed by the public. All of the next of kin contact information will be stored within the system. And basically everything that after the record is created, everything that you gather afterwards can be integrated into that record. Also, the system incorporates geo positioning of every single plot. So we have a professional services team as part of the service that goes out and takes pictures of every single one of the burial spaces. So once we digitize all of your physical and digital artifacts that contain your inventory data, so we send out a professional services team with a camera, with our mobile app, and once the data is collected, we do a full reconciliation. I want to emphasize that we do a full reconciliation between what's on the ground and what's in your document. So if there's any type of outliers, if the data does not match, we actually bring it to your attention, and we follow through to the resolution. We also, as part of the system, you'll get the digital aftercare, and that will enable families to actually order flowers, flower arrangements, monument cleanings, anything that you offer, including some of the holiday traditions that you have, can be incorporated onto your website. This is a typical timeline of our project. I think we're dealing with about 4,600 records in your case. So once we sign the contract, we'll give you a precise project plan on how the project is going to be run. But I don't anticipate, considering we can take pictures fairly soon, lasting more than 2-3 months for that number of records. Also, as part of the service, I see you don't need the standalone website. We'll integrate with your existing website. And the features that we'll provide is the search portal. So basically, anybody can go out onto your website, enter the search parameters, such as name, dates of life, and so on, and they'll find their loved ones with a photograph, and they can order those aftercare services. Also, the interactive lot selector, which is an inventory of your available properties, that will be integrated into the website. And also, this is something that's really useful for the cemetery staff. We'll provide a mobile app, and again, it could be configured for cemetery staff or for the visitors, and there will be the visitors will be navigated to any particular property in any of your cemeteries just by entering the search criteria. Basically, one of my salespeople actually discussed the particulars around the pricing of the software. I think we're looking at about 2,600. I'm sorry, 26,000 for the project, and that includes the full inventory of all of your cemeteries, all of your records, the digitization of all of your documents. And I'm going to quickly jump into the actual software so I can share how the actual system, live system, would look like. So we would take pictures of
all of your monuments. We can do in actually filtering, searching. I'm a Mac guy, so please forgive me. Okay, so any particular record. So when I was talking about the kind of the digitization of all your records, it's broken down across these 4 tabs, which is summary tab, with the information about the burial. So section, block, tier. If you use different nomenclature, we'll adapt the system to reflect that. All of the contacts will be also added. So the next of kin, the rights holder, the deed holder, what have you. Any documents, for example, a deed will be attached to the record. So it's going to be a completely holistic system. Everything that has to do with that particular burial will be attached to the record. And finally, as I mentioned, if you have any physical artifacts, such as this notebook, for example, or a paper map or something similar, all of those will be scanned and actually added to each individual record. So you will know all of the details and you have the access to your legacy data where that information that the system is showing is coming from. So let me jump back.
This is not too far off from what some of our records look like.
It's all right. Yeah, it's pretty much an industry standard at this point. So this is kind of the reasons why your cemeteries and cemeteries overall should get a system like this. It's a much improved business performance. It will streamline your operations, operational efficiency and accuracy. There's a great community engagement component, so you can actually facilitate communication between your community and the cemetery organization. And as any other industry, digital transformation, everything is digital now. Everybody is getting rid of paper, putting everything on the computer. This will be stored in Amazon Cloud, so you'll have access to the data. You'll retain custody of the data for the duration of the existence of the platform. And we even provide you with the source code for your particular system. We have about 100 clients overall throughout the US. We provided some of the referrals. We're just expanding our footprint outside of Northeast. So New York, New Jersey, Connecticut. We now have clients in California, in the West Coast, in Texas. So we provided those references as well. Well, thank you so much. And I'm going to open this up for questions.
This is more for Robert. I know there was, we had email exchange this afternoon. Jason got back with you on a few things. What is your expectation for action tonight?
Expectation for action is to authorize the purchase and enter into a contract with All Funeral Services. As I said, we did look at 3 different entities. All Funeral gave the best user-friendly platform at the cheapest cost. What I do like about Alex's platform is that the ongoing cost for licensing is not a flat fee. It's 3.99% of all future sales, whether that be for property owners that reside inside the city limits or property owners that reside outside the city limits. So a plot inside the city limits, if you have property, is $1,000. It's $2,000 outside. So each plot you sell, they will get $39.99. And it's an extremely user-friendly platform, both for CRM on the computer and or the smartphone.
Where do we have it budgeted?
It's in the tax note.
So,
where's the budget? Where is
How are we funding?
the cost? Oh, tax note, 2023 tax note, under general.
Thank you.
so if you don't mind, it was founded when? Company was founded when?
2019.
And founded by who owns it? It's an LLC. Is it privately owned? I assume?
Yeah, it's a New York LLC.
Okay. And just individuals, high net worth individuals?
Yes,
Okay.
we're a venture capital funded company.
Okay.
So we're more interested in bringing you guys in as a client as opposed to monetizing on every possible dollar. So that's why we're able to provide such an attractive deal.
So, and as I understand it, they have agreed to all of the things that were in Jason's red line. Is that right?
That's my understanding as I spoke with Alex this afternoon.
Yes,
Yeah.
our legal counsel is actually in process of reviewing everything, but my indication is that yes, we're going to agree to pretty much everything.
Okay. Privacy concerns. We own the data. There's a cancellation, kind of pretty much unlimited termination clause. Either way, the data resides with the city, always will. Privacy. How is it secured? Is it all your servers? How does that
It's on
happen?
Amazon Cloud, so everything is stored in the cloud. You retain full custody of the data. We can stipulate that in the contract. All of the data that's stored in Amazon Cloud is pretty much bank level security. All of the financial institutions and government organizations, all of them utilize Amazon as part of the operation, so it would be the same level of security.
So there are insurance requirements stipulated for the city to carry. What insurance requirements do you carry?
So it's a pretty standard requirement set that most cemeteries carry as part of their operations, everyday operations. So we can kind of compare the coverage requirements with what you currently have. And if there are any gaps, we can discuss them. But it's nothing that's, really stringent as far as the requirements.
So we probably don't carry specific cemetery coverage. We're just covered under the city coverage.
Under the
right?
general, GL policy
general.
that we have.
So typical would be $2 million plus, and we have an insurance expert on the council. So I would think a minimum of $2 million liability, maybe more. Mitch, I don't know what your thoughts were. The more the better, especially when you're dealing with privacy and data.
Any other questions?
Okay, I'm gonna ask something that maybe could work, not work, but like they've got these great ancestry.com, and I know you said that, you could be able to provide some genealogy. Is there any way that you could put those links in there to those
Yes,
various?
absolutely. So the great thing about our system is it's fully customizable. So any requirements that you have across the board, you can tell our development team, our project team, and we'll incorporate it pretty much at no charge.
Okay. Because I noticed, in the small print, free with free with sales management module, free with inventory management module. So I guess all those things. And then I went back and I said, okay, we're getting the sales management module, the inventory management module. So that interactive lot, the genealogy records all comes with it because that's
All of that is
we
included,
would be
yes.
ordering the standard.
Yep,
Okay.
everything is included.
Thank you.
I have a couple more. Just what is exactly is a record? Because everything is driven off of this 3.99% of sales. Our scope is really just cemetery sales, right, Robert?
Hope is to improve efficiency and then provide a platform with customers with ease of use to be able to drill down to what's there and then what is available for purchase.
But their payment scope is based on a percentage of sales.
Yes.
So
Yeah.
is there any other cost?
No.
Nothing other than sales. So the only thing that this contract covers or is proposed to cover is just the 3.99% of all future sales, and we have the right to terminate the contract at any time we want.
Yes, you do have the right to terminate the contract anytime, and all the details stipulated in the contract is everything that's carried in the financials.
Okay, and so if we were, I'll just be honest. I mean, I love the idea of looking at technology and finding a way to improve the cemetery operations. And I think a lot of the features you described are attractive features. I mean, I saw the feedback from our city attorney late this afternoon. We've got an agreement that has a lot of things that I have concerns with. I would not vote to support it in its original format because of indemnity language, venue, governance laws. There's a lot of things I would really like to have for me, I wouldn't be opposed to supporting it going forward, subject to a really clean document coming back to the council next month and it not be officially approved until the council has a chance to see a clean document with all these changes. That's just my 2 cents.
Absolutely. We have a legal team that's working on it right now, so we should get a copy of a clean contract in the matter of days. Also, I want to mention that we do provide multi-year financing. So this is something that is an option that you would like to entertain, would be at no interest. We would be very open to it. We're trying to make it an easy decision. So.
Okay. I got a question on the cremations. So you've got the cremations management, so somebody doesn't want to necessarily a plot, but you guys will do the $7 per arrangement for the cremations. Explain how that, piece
This is actually
works.
pertains to cemeteries that operate a crematorium. Yeah, I don't think you do. So it
no, but is it something we want to,
We do have cremains spaces.
you do,
So,
okay.
yeah.
yeah. So,
And then for each space, that'd be that $39 if someone takes that space for the
Yeah.
cremation.
But what is our cremated space?
it's exactly the same as regular space.
It
fr-
is?
From our perspective, yeah.
I don't know the cremation cost, the space. It's cheaper than a regular plot. I can find it right
Yeah,
quick.
it's got to be cheaper than 1,000 and 2,000 just
Yeah.
to store and earn. So a record would be an individual, not a plot.
Yeah,
'Cause I remember some reference in there to, if there were 3, it would be 15. If there was 2, it was 10.
That's good.
Okay, so that's the definition of a record, is whether we sell a spot for a cremated remains to reside or a traditional burial, it's 1 record per person.
That's accurate.
Okay.
So we're looking for 21,000 tonight.
I've budgeted 25,000 in against the tax note. He said it was 26,000, but I'm think they've over the 4,600 spaces that we have. If there's any less, then it'll be prorated downward. I think 46 is a little high, but we wanted to be on the conservative side and go higher and not and come down than go low
Absolutely.
and have to ask for more money.
Yeah.
So
So that's very intriguing to me, particularly since this was a 3-year spend period on our tax note. You'd be willing to divide this up over 3 years?
Yeah, most definitely. Like I said, we're trying to grow the company, and you guys are reviewing this project on the virtue of getting a new client, not necessarily on monetizing on, every possible opportunity. So that's our goal.
Has there been a projection for how many future records we have the capacity for in the facility? In the
with
property?
with Oak Hill, I believe that is 2,000, 1,500. With Mount Pleasant, yeah, we're still working on that.
Okay, yeah.
I can tell you that historically, we run the revenue run rate is about 30 to 35,000 a year in cemetery plots. A little down this year at 28,000, so that would be about 1,500 to $2,000 that they would receive as an annual license fee, assuming the current. Yeah, well, thanks for your optimism there, but yes, you're correct.
Thank you. No, I'm here.
My name's Les Troy, and I haven't just have. Can I ask questions, or do I have to make a comment? I've never done this before. Yeah, well, I mean, of course, as a serial entrepreneur and small business owner for many years, I just want to make sure that we're not solving a problem that we don't have. That's my main point here. And are we incurring additional expense that really isn't going to, or maybe it's only a small problem, but it's more expensive than that problem or problems won't warrant. And although I'm not supposed to ask questions, I want to put this question out for if anybody wants to answer is the general public going to get a chance to see this whole contract? I mean, it's pretty cool software. I can see that. But what does the contract look like? Who's really paying for it? What is the real annual cost? What are future increases in cost? You know, as a businessman, I really would want to see those things. And so, maybe you're not supposed to answer questions, but those are my questions. And many more really after I would see the contract. So that's why I'm up here. So I just want to make it clear that I think the public should see this contract, the whole thing, because as opposed to just the board, because some of us would like to know what it really contains.
I will make one comment. The contract was included in the council packet.
What is?
Yes,
Yeah.
online.
I'm new here, so I don't
Okay,
really know
that's
what's
fine.
available. So I can actually get to
Yeah.
see it.
It was part of the agenda packet. It's online. Yes,
Make
sir.
a comment, Mayor.
Okay.
Robert is correct, and that was my point earlier, is there was a contract attached and there were a number of questions asked about the contract over the weekend. And then our city attorney responded back to the city manager late this afternoon, addressing a number of those, but it was really, really late in the day. That was my point earlier.
Are we, is approval of this imminent or?
Not until there's a motion in action.
So like, what is the timing for this that it might be approved or not approved? Is there? Oh, okay. All right, that's all I have. I just would like to take a look at it and make the comments that I did. Thank you.
Thank you for your interest and thank you for speaking up. And certainly any of us later would be willing to sit with you and go through our processes so that you have a little more awareness of how we do stuff. But thank you. It's important that you
Okay,
speak your
thank you.
mind. One last comment, Mayor. I'm always an advocate of taking advantage of interest-free opportunities.
I'd like to make a motion. Make the motion that we authorize the city manager to proceed with the discussions with the provider and that bring a clean copy of the agreement to the next council meeting for consideration.
Can I add to that? Whereas if we do move forward, that we would go ahead and do an interest-free, you know, he said we can make repayments. So I would like to add that once we make that decision. Yeah.
Jennifer,
Original motion, right? Yeah, okay.
Motion is to take action if we see the full agreement. But authorize Robert to proceed
with discussion
with discussion, finalize.
and finalize it.
Okay, so we took a motion and I'll second, or someone else seconded. Tyrone.
Well, all in favor?
Okay.
It's approved. Do you have the wording, Jennifer? Okay.
So January 8th is the next meeting whereby we'll figure out all these particulars and make sure that our legals are all happy with the document. But you do not have to fly down unless you want to. Okay.
We want you to come back.
Yep. Thank you, Alex.
Thank you, Alex. Discussion and action on appointment reappointment to the Smithfield Airport Advisory Board. Robert, give us-
All right, Mayor and Council, the Airport Advisory Board is a group of folks that have helped over the years make 84R what it is. Board members serve 2-year terms. 4 members are appointed in even number years and 3 members are appointed in odd numbered years. Those folks who are up for reappointment are as follows: Mr. Ken Peck, reappointment; Travis Hill, reappointment; James Sterling, reappointment. And I would appreciate your approval for these individuals.
I'll entertain a motion.
By name?
You, you can.
Okay, I'll go ahead and make a motion that we go ahead and approve the appointment to the City of Smithville Airport Advisory Board. And we're gonna reappoint Mr. Ken Peck and reappoint Mr. Travis Hill and reappoint Mr. James Sterling.
Motion's been made in second. All in favor? 1, 2. Motion is approved.
Thank you. I'm just gonna read through.
Discussion and action on appointment of the municipal court judge. Miss Anna Hernandez, come on down.
Yes, Mayor and Council, with the untimely passing of Judge Raymond Davis, we are recommending that Miss Anna Hernandez step into the role of municipal court judge for the city of Smithville. She has years of experience under Rayma and has done a great job the past 6 months. Jennifer, you want to, or council, do you have any questions for Miss Hernandez?
Are you excited? Been doing it, and she, she still came in January through May, and oh, sorry.
She got sick at the first of the year and she helped me through anything I needed to go magistrate. And she was able to come in once a month through May. And then after that, she wasn't able to come in anymore. And I handled anything I had to. She said, you know what I do, you can do it. I did been associate judge. I was appointed in 2019, but she handled most of it. Unless she went on her vacations, her cruises that she liked to go on. So, but
Question for Miss Anna. What's the best thing you enjoy about what you do?
oh, I like the people. I mean, I am a people person. I like to talk, enjoy most of the people that come in regarding their tickets. And I mean, I've been with the city of Smithville for 13 years as a court clerk, clerk for Judge Jones and then Judge Davis. And then, I mean, I still have a lot to learn, but I enjoy it. I mean, it's interesting. You learn something new most days, at least. Yeah. And the people I work with, I do enjoy the people I work with.
To make a comment, really, we've talked about this in the past, particularly when it comes to things like code enforcement. The council can put laws on the books and, we can give our code enforcement officers and our employees, the tools to go out and pursue those violators. And if they come into the courts, and I'm not sure where they go to municipal or other places, but the judicial has some independence by design to be able to assess the penalties and make decisions that they think are appropriate. And one of the things that's important to me is we try really, really hard to respond to citizens as elected officials to put ordinances and laws in place. We want to put the funding mechanisms in place so our employees can go out and do that work. And it's frustrating, not that I've seen it firsthand, but it's frustrating when you have these ordinances and codes and you try to pursue it. And then it looks like that the penalties or the fines get reduced to the point where it's not really a deterrent. So that's just an observation and a comment. It's not directed at you personally.
Well, I've seen you smile through many cases. I sit in my office here at the end and people come in and they are upset, and I appreciate you smiling at them. I appreciate you listening to them, and you always kind of seem to talk them down. And that seems to be the girls all up front. They sometimes get hollered at quite often, and I'm sorry that happens to you, but sometimes our city manager goes up there and helps them find the blessing.
And our city secretary.
She is tough, but I appreciate all you girls that y'all all keep your composure. Y'all are always very kind, and I know you try your best to work through a situation, and I appreciate you all smiling through it all the time. And I wish I could be a fly on the wall sometime when they all come back and like, did you see that? And I'm like, oh, but I appreciate you all your kindness. They answer the phone with kindness. They up at the counter with kindness. And so I appreciate everything you do for our city. Thank you.
Thank you very much.
You gotta vote.
Well,
Oh, sorry, Ann, it's not.
Mayor, I'd like to make a
we
motion
go.
that we appoint municipal court judge.
Motion been made in second. All in favor? 1, 2, You're approved.
Can you hear me? So I'm not gonna make you say every word, so just state your name. I, Anna Hernandez, and then I'll just read it, okay? Do solemnly swear that you have not directly or indirectly paid, offered, promised to pay, contributed, or promised to contribute any money or thing of value, or promised any public office or employment for the giving or withholding of a vote at the election at which you were elected, or as a ward to secure your appointment which you are appointed. Whichever may be the case, so help me God. That's your statement of office. Now we'll swear you in the oath of office. In the name and by the authority of the state of Texas, I,
Anna Hernandez,
do solemnly swear that you will faithfully execute the duties of the office of municipal court judge of the state of Texas and will, to the best of your ability, preserve, protect, and defend the Constitution and laws of the United States and of the state. So help me God.
I will, so help me.
Okay. And then I'll do it.
Thank you.
Next is discussion action on appointment of Associate Municipal Court Judge Brian Wee. Come on down. Any questions for Brian? I'll entertain a motion.
Mayor, move we approve Brian Rewe as Associate Municipal Court Judge.
Motion been made and second. All in favor? 1, 2. He is approved.
I do have some questions.
Oh,
Um,
I don't think it works like that.
You can't go on vacation
Oh.
or be sick. I think this is more of an honorary position, so
Jennifer, will you do the honor and swear Mr. Brian in? Come on down. Anna, thank you.
I promise to take it seriously.
I, Brian Rewe,
Brian Reed,
do solemnly swear and affirm that you have not directly or indirectly paid, offered, promised to pay, contributed, or promised to contribute any money or thing of value, or promised any public office or employment for giving or withholding a vote at the election at which you were elected, or as an award to secure your appointment or confirmation, whichever the case may be, so help me God.
I swear, so help me God.
In the name and by the authority of the state of Texas, I
Brian Reed,
do solemnly swear and affirm that you will faithfully execute the duties of office of Associate Municipal Judge of the state of Texas and will, to the best of your ability, preserve, protect, and defend the Constitution and laws of the United States and of the state. So help me God.
I do.
And then I'll get you to sign it. And I'll keep it.
Now it's your turn in the hot seat. Okay, on to the next item. Number 18, discussion and action on a consent agenda. Oh. Oh, I left her off? Uh-oh. Sorry, I seen Lee. Oh, yeah, her new name. Sorry there. Discussion and action on appointment to the Planning and Zoning Board to replace Brian. Go ahead.
Council and Mayor, Ms. Kilgore has been attending council meetings and planning and zoning meetings for the past 12 to 18 months. She's shown interest, she's qualified, and I recommend her appointment.
Want to commend the city manager. I think this is an excellent choice.
There you go.
Thank you for serving. And all your hard work, all the planning and zoning, a lot of research goes in, so thank you. Do we need an act? Do we need to make a motion or you just get the, I need a motion.
Yeah, I'm making a motion that we approve Lee Kilgore to the Planning and Zoning Commission.
Motion been made in second. All in favor? Approved. Does she get to read something? No. Oh, sorry, Lee. Now. We did 17, we're on to 18. Discussion and action on consent agenda.
All right, Mayor and Council, the consent agenda is a tool used to streamline the process or the meeting by actually collecting very routine, non-controversial items into one broad vote. Things that you could possibly put in a consent agenda would be approval of the minutes, possibly the finance report. Councilmember Jameson asked me to put this on the agenda for your consideration.
Thank you, Robert. I wanted to bring this item forward tonight in recognition of the work that we've all been doing here to expand our agendas and do the work of the people. I don't have hard numbers, but I think it's safe to say that the average council meeting and workshops have more than doubled in terms of the number of agenda items and length of time. As Robert said, the concept of the consent agenda is to consolidate routine, non-controversial items into a single motion and vote. I think we can save 20 to 30 minutes per meeting by doing this. We'll need to decide on the list of items, which is fairly simple and standard. The list of items that will be included, keeping in mind that each of us has the right to break out any item for individual discussion as we see fit. We each have the right to do that every meeting, or we would based on what I'm proposing anyway. I would think we would need to establish a review period after the preliminary agenda is posted on Wednesdays up until the posting of the formal agenda on Fridays. Typically, anything that we've added to the agenda or a change to the agenda after the preliminary is posted on Wednesday would probably warrant individual discussion anyway. Stop with that.
Question? What do y'all want to do?
Yeah, I have a couple questions. One is, and I don't disagree. I think, every governing body at some point as it sees its agendas grow, consent agenda is a commonly used way to streamline the meetings. Who would establish what is on the consent agenda? Would it be the city manager? Would it be the mayor? Who would propose the consent agenda items?
I would think that we would establish a standard list. I think in the preliminary discussions that I had with Robert and Jennifer, there may be 4 to 6 items that we can lump into the list initially. Maybe we'd establish a review by that Friday. Maybe we need to sit down and discuss that and put together the list of things from the financial report to the minutes to whatever. Typically, any of us at any time might have something that we want to make sure we bring out to the public, and we have to reserve the right for that, but maybe establish a list of.
I think that, the tricky part is you're really, once you put something on consent agenda, you're really strictly limited to what you can ask about it. You have to act on it as a consent agenda item. I have a hard time, at least me, because I have a predisposition to really dig into financials. I don't know that would be something that, because I don't even know can you even ask questions of a consent agenda item, or do you just have to act on it or pull it? And
Yeah, at the beginning, if you wanted to ask questions, you would have to request to remove it from the
That's
consent
right.
agenda,
Yeah.
put it on the regular
Yeah,
agenda.
so the things that would obviously be potentially consent agenda is when you have planning and zoning actions where there's unanimous approval or a unanimous vote for recommending approval from the P and Z. I mean, you see that typically happen in cities where they lump a lot of P and Z cases into a consent agenda with some standard for as long as it's unanimously recommended. That's a common one. The minutes are obviously another one that you could put in there. Yeah, I'm absolutely not opposed personally to establishing a consent agenda, and we could certainly try it. I'm just, we just have to see how it would work and whether we would ultimately end up pulling everything out of it and essentially not.
There's not
using
a
it,
lot
but-
of things that you really would fit in that model, given this council's
But-
inquisitive nature.
Yeah, but having the consent agenda,
It's dark, yes,
That
agreed.
was
having
black,
the
wasn't it?
having the consent agenda it's not going to make the meetings any longer. I see no harm in having it. If it turns out that every single item that's in the consent agenda gets pulled out, it's no extra time and effort than if we'd have just dealt with them individually. So
I agree with
I
you.
don't
I
really
don't
have a
see a
problem.
need for a consent agenda because I feel like we have something in the minutes, we need to state it to. It doesn't take that long if you've read everything in your packet to go through it and point out what needs to happen.
And I think over the past, since I've been on this council, a consent agenda would not have worked for anything we have done. It's not that I'm against it. It's just that I agree with Robert. He calls it, we're inquisitive. Well, let's just face it. We want to know everything about everything and we want to talk about it. So I'm sorry. That's just it. I'm not sorry. It is just it.
No apologies necessary. I'll save my breath for the other item.
Save your
coming up.
breath. Okay, so what do we? Not approved?
No action.
No action. Okay, number eight. Oh, sorry.
Let me add one more thing. I do think that, I do think that while it may not require action, I do think that as the agendas continue to evolve and grow, a consent agenda item wouldn't be inappropriate to have. I wouldn't want to rule it out. I would say that there may be a spot for it at some point. And I'm not opposed to doing it now. I'm just trying to figure out how the process would work. Who would put stuff on the consent agenda? Who would decide what is consent? And would we basically be pulling them out? So that's my view.
If we were to move forward at a later point, Councilman Etheridge, I think we would want to establish that. Maybe we sit down with a subcommittee or something and say, here's the list of things that we would want to consider, and here's the process that we would abide by.
Okay. So what are we gonna say again? Just going to, no motion. No motion. Number 19. Discussion on action on an ordinance for stop signs on Burleson Hudgens, Colorado Street. There you are back there. Come down here, Chief Repka. Did you doze off on me? No, come on. What are you doing down here? Oh, you don't pass them down here.
Here to speak. Okay, so there's been a lot of concern throughout the community about stop signs and open intersections. So I had the officers go through and mark every single intersection that's open at this time. And after a conversation with Mr. Tamble and Edward, we're trying to phase in getting rid of open intersections. I just think that we're getting too congested, too crowded. We've probably already been there. And so this is what I consider to be the first round of putting traffic control devices at these open intersections. There have been, as you are all aware, complaints from citizens and things of that nature. And so this is by far the biggest localized spot where there was many open intersections. And I think it's just an era of days gone past. And I think it's time that we start putting these up, and there'll be more coming in the future, but this is going to be a big jump. So I coordinated with Edward about what was feasible for his guys to get done in a reasonable amount of time. And after consulting with him and Robert and a little bit with Jimmy, who spoke to me about this long ago before the budget process kicked off, this is the first round of what we propose to put up at this time. Because those two blocks right there are pretty wide open for about 400 blocks. So
Can I make a safety comment? My husband's from Ireland and he thinks he has to drive on the left-hand side of the road, and we live on Burleson. So there's been many times when, why is there a darn stop sign there? I almost got hit. I mean, he does drive on the right side, but he gets lost. He gets lost in Smithville. But I've been on that road for 20 years. And so, yeah, there's been a lot of times, even when I've driven down Burleson, you don't see that other car coming the other way. I mean, it's like, boo, you're like, look up. And I think it's, for a safety issue, there's a lot of families that are there, and on Hudgens, same way. I travel both of those streets quite a bit. So when I saw that, I go, oh my God, it's a lot of stop signs. But I think it's a great idea just for the safety concerns of the folks that are, because every day, there's more and more traffic coming that way.
Sure. Couple of times when I've called you about citizens complaining, I think it's on Bishop, just on the south side of 230. There's a couple intersections over there as well. What would your expected cadence be for moving to other intersections and doing the same thing? Or have you looked at everything and determined this is all that's the immediate need?
yeah, this is going to solve the lion's share of what's going on right now. Now, as soon as he gets those up, probably January 8th, there may probably going to be another round coming at you. So if you are all aware of a hot spot that you feel is important to you and the citizens, please let me know. And it's not just me doing the work. It's I'm working with Robert and Edward too to get this done because I'm not doing the physical labor of putting.
So what was the criteria that you used to determine this? Is the goal to just get all intersections controlled?
Sure.
Okay.
I'm pretty,
Okay.
I have an idea that we can talk about later, but I just think there ought to be a pattern in town. I would
Okay.
like to see no more than 2-3 blocks max before they hit some type of traffic control device, i.e. a stop sign, but that's going to take a lot of planning to get that done. And this is to solve an immediate need in this area that I think is pretty big. There are, if I had the big map here, you would see that there are others, but this by far is the most concentrated.
Where
I mean,
there's lots
the
of traffic
outliers.
volume.
Yes.
Yeah. Okay.
Yes.
Rules, in terms of, I know it's defined as a thoroughfare or primary artery, but the most inquiries I get are basically on Colorado and Short. So what are the rules as I look up there? It appears that we're not able to do anything there.
I'm just going to say this. I have been doing some research on that over the last couple of weeks, and I have not been able to find a statutory requirement for us to leave those open. Now, I still want to reserve the right to discuss this with Mr. Tamble and probably our city attorney in case there's some obscure law somewhere that's buried that I can't find that says that we cannot put traffic control devices on what historically have been our major thoroughfares. I know that on Colorado and Short that the hospital used to be there at one time, so it needed to be open for ambulances and stuff like that. But I have not been able to find a statutory requirement or anything that would prevent us from doing that. So I'm researching that heavily right now with Robert on that. And like I said, I know he's been busy, and I had planned on asking him to approach the city attorney to make sure there's nothing that we're going to step into to where we have to leave them open. But I should be able to have more information for you at the next council meeting as to whether we're required to leave them open or not. I would like to see them broke up personally. I don't know if y'all have seen, but we put a speed sign down there and put one up on Colorado. I'm collecting some data down there right now with it not being on, just so that we'll have that pre and then after it's turned on, or after it's live and visual. I have some thoughts on MLK, Short, Colorado. One of these is actually on Colorado. If you've seen there coming over the bridge over 71, we're going to put a stop sign there to make that a three-way stop so that they have to stop when they're coming into town from that 71 westbound exit to hit Colorado. And I would like to see a couple on Colorado before it turns into Short, and then a couple on Short eventually, but we have to see if we can legally do that.
I think that might dissuade some of the larger vehicles that tend to use this as a way to cut through town.
Sure.
Hey, Robert, how much are stop signs?
In and of itself is about what, $69, $59. Yeah.
About $100.
Yeah, 250 an intersection. 2 signs at intersection. So.
I'd really like to thank you for all the work that you've put in for this, because I've been in contact with you, like you say, since before budget. And I'd also like to thank you for the schools flashing lights that you've put up on Short. I think that is a wonderful thing that you did, and you responded in the middle of the night to me about how they were malfunctioning. So you fixed it. I appreciate that, because that was the first thing I got one night was that. Yeah. You and your gentleman and Edward, y'all all do a great job, and we really do appreciate the work that you do.
Thank you. It's definitely a team effort. We appreciate y'all's feedback when you get it.
Yep.
It helps us do a better job. So thank you.
Yeah. I want to give you a motion to approve all of the stop signs that are going to be put up in place in Burleson and Hudgens Street and Colorado.
Has been made and seconded. All in favor? Approved.
So for clarification, this is all the signs under the ordinance number 2022-619. Okay.
202, yep, 619. Okay, discussion and action on an ordinance amending section 3.08.009 to allow and regulate the use of sidewalks by merchants. Hey, Robert.
Council and Mayor, this is something we talked about at the last meeting. And I was given the task to work with the merchants and business owners on Main Street to come up with something that was pragmatic. The old ordinance, I don't think was enforceable. It was difficult, cumbersome. Basically, I wanted to develop something that worked, that wasn't too burdensome on the merchant and was easier to enforce while ensuring the safety and the accessibility of our sidewalks. To that point, on a bumper sticker, I'm recommending that merchants be allowed to put whatever they would like, things like, excuse me, chairs, tables, sandwich boards, planters, and that they can stay out as long as that material, there's a 4-foot space maintained for ADA compliance. And that's it. If you give me 4 feet, and why do we pick 4 feet? Well, a motorized wheelchair is about 3.5 feet. So we wanted to go err on the side of caution. And if you make it 4 feet, that will pretty much force people to clear up some of their stuff on the sidewalks, but not putting the additional burden where they have to bring things in and out every night. So the ordinance is, as I said, I pretty much summarized that. There's more detail in the ordinance that you have. It's on the screen and in your packets. I know there's people that would like to speak, but I don't know, council can ask your questions, answer your questions first if you would like.
When you described what is permitted, you made reference to outdoor signs and tables and chairs, but you didn't make reference to goods and materials. I just want to make sure that I understand the proposed ordinance. Would it allow for inventory of a business to be kept on the sidewalk as long as there's 4 foot of clearance?
Yes, sir.
Okay, so that's an important distinction. You know, there's tables and chairs, which we see in front of places like Old World Cafe, Front Room. A lot of people use them, not just the patrons that are there when those businesses are closed. A lot of times people that aren't necessarily dining there will use those to set. And then there's reference to in section A, it says may not encroach onto that portion of the sidewalk in front of the property adjacent to the business. So does that mean that they cannot store, let's just use an antique store that has a bunch of iron architectural pieces out there? Can they not store those on the sidewalk up against their building?
They can store. The intent here was not to go encroach on the other merchants, their neighbors' property.
Okay.
And one thing I didn't mention, the thing that takes the onus off of the city. Yes, they can put their wares and merchandise, which I have in my notes, but they assume all liability for any actions that come out of injury or damage to individuals.
Yep. And so in that paragraph, subparagraph A, that says a business may conduct a limited outdoor display. What is your definition of limited? What do we propose the ordinance's definition of limited be?
Is maintaining the 4 feet. That may be very subjective if I don't want to put a stipulation on it as far as the number of goods or wares they can put.
Okay.
If you maintain 4 feet, that's up to you.
Well, I know that the code enforcement officers in our police department always love to have objective measurements. Otherwise, it makes enforcement difficult and challenging. Me personally, you know, I would prefer, I think there is the need to have a balance between promoting and supporting businesses, but Main Street downtown, and this is really what we're talking about. I know it's a sidewalk ordinance, I guess, for everywhere, but it's most applicable to downtown. Downtown doesn't just belong to the businesses, it belongs to all of Smithville. And I think maintaining the aesthetics on Main Street is important to all of Smithville, not just those businesses. I would have liked to have seen the limited be just that, which is limited, which is you can't just, if you have a 60-foot long building, you can't put 60 feet of material and inventory all the way down the front of the building as long as you have 4 feet. I'd like to see, and we talked a little bit about a ratio of front foot to the amount or ratio of the building square footage. I know that may be challenging, but that's where I'm coming from, is I really want to allow our businesses to display some inventory, but I really would prefer it not to be unlimited, because I think that some people might not think that the entire sidewalk being covered with antique stuff is appropriate. So that's my comments.
What's our average width of the sidewalks?
It varies throughout town, but there can be 8 foot, 6 to 8 feet, depending upon where you are. Like Second Street, they're a little larger than they are on Main Street.
So the 48 inches is loosely defined because it's not defined, it's just 48 inches. That doesn't necessarily begin from the wall or the street as long as there's a 48-inch path.
48-inch clear is what I'm proposing, yes. For wheelchair access.
Thank you.
Hello, thank you for letting me speak again. So my name is Vicki Green. My husband and I, we own 214 Main Street, and my business partner Felice and I own the business that's run out of that building. We're called Main Street Gifts and More. And as I had mentioned in November, I just had a few things I wanted to point out. You know, basically having, benches is, someplace for people to sit and rest, enjoy downtown. Planters help, beautify the sidewalks. Then things that we put on the curbside, we do that for safety reasons because of the crumbling sidewalks and don't want people falling. But then as I was starting to look, because we're going to start working on the front of the building, I started working through what are the historical preservation things we have to be considering. Well, in there, and I don't know if you're aware of this, but in the Smithville Historical District Architectural Design Standards dated 10/29/19, there is a passage in there that states, care should be taken to maintain a clear pedestrian path of 3 feet wide as a minimum along the sidewalk per ADA requirements. So just wanted to throw that out there. And I think that's, well within what Robert was saying. And I like the 4 foot too, personally, because it does just add a little bit extra zone or bumper for people to walk through there. And that's really all I have to say, but thank you.
Thank you. Jenny Bush, 204th Avenue, Queen of the Hill. I want to back up Tom and his comments about being specific about using real estate to sell your wares. Of that sidewalk that is not what you're leasing. You're using city property to put your wares out, and it's there because you don't have any other square foot space. And I think it's dangerous for me to walk down a side of a building that's got bed frames, springs, tin, roofing tin, all signs of paraphernalia, bikes, whatever. These things are just not, they're there because it's convenience to the owner of the shop. Would like to see people, have successful businesses, but I think it's an eyesore, and it's just, to me, just free real estate that is not enhancing the quality of the passerbyers. It is dangerous. And I was confronted with the tin had been blown over, and it was there for days, and I think it was just, it's not being managed well, and it shouldn't even be there just because they have a side of a building or the space in front of a building. And it is home to varmints, and it should be really, it should be more of a decorative thing, more of a come inside and look thing. And that kind of stuff needs to get put in another building in the back or something, and send your customers back there to go look at that stuff. So, and one of the other thing I'm concerned about is, I love the idea of tables and such out there in front of restaurants. It's wonderful and that they can keep them out there. But when you get to specifics about 4 foot, you do realize that on Main Street, we have the 4 foot ADA compliance thing might not be very well defined because we've got street signage, posts inside the sidewalk. So the distance from the curb to the building or the curb to the obstacle might be impeded by the poles measurement. Yeah, Robert, I'm almost done. Checking on me. But thank you. I'm glad that your guys are getting this straight, but we don't need all the junk out there. It's not appropriate for a good business. Thank you.
Albert, when are y'all gonna start on the ADA part of the sidewalks up in downtown?
We have a pre-con meeting next Friday with construction starting in January, probably the mid to the latter part of January on the ADA compliant ramps on Main Street. Yes.
Thank you.
The ADA width, Robert, is it
It's
36 or is it?
It's 3 feet.
That's what I thought. Okay. So we're doing a little bit, you're proposing a little bit more than. the
Yes,
3
sir. And
feet.
that's twofold to allow the motorized wheelchairs to get through and it'll force folks to clear some of the clutter, quote unquote, that's on the sidewalk. Because the 4 feet is now the target. So between the chair or the table and the building facade itself, you're going to have to maintain that at 4 feet. It's going to force you to clear off some of your stuff if it's protruding into that 4 feet.
Or any consideration or any attempt made to calculate some sort of confined area? So either a ratio of length of the building or ratio of square footage to the square footage in the building, or did that just seem to be maybe too difficult to?
It's not difficult to calculate. It's difficult to enforce. It's a little onerous. So I wanted to make it pragmatic. And I did meet with each and every one of the business owners that have things in front of their shop. And they're all pretty happy with this approach.
Well, I spoke to some of them and they did generally echo that. Did you speak to the Golden Girls people? Okay. I do think that there is a genuine desire from businesses, and I think a genuine desire from the council to promote and support businesses. Some of those businesses down there, particularly a couple of the antiques, have been here for 8 or 10 years. They're valuable businesses. I do think they bring people to town. I don't want to be perceived as trying to penalize those business initiatives. But I really would like to see there be some limit to how much they can store, because we're talking about not requiring them to bring anything at the end of the day, so they can leave it 24/7 as long as they keep 4 feet, right? Yeah. So it really, to be honest, there isn't that much going to change from today. Not much, because we already have a 3 foot requirement for the federal. So we're not really doing anything with our ordinance other than adding an extra 12 inches.
Changing the requirement to bring it in every night, which is what our current ordinance requires.
Well, but we don't enforce it. And I don't think we ever have we?
No, we have not.
Okay.
And that's why we're here.
So the point is that ordinance is kind of irrelevant since it wasn't enforced. What we're proposing to do is really from the standpoint of the way we experience Main Street today, this ordinance doesn't really change very much of that, right?
Other than the 4 feet, it puts the liability on the business owner for any incidents that occur out of interaction with those wares or merchandise or decorations. So that's pretty big from
So
the
we
past
don't,
ordinance.
so we feel like that we had that liability before. And then today, who do you think they're going to sue if something happens?
City per the ordinance.
I promise you it will be the city, just so
Well,
you know.
Sue the
And
city.
we may
sue
be able to
yourself.
defend it, but I guarantee you they'll sue the city. They won't sue an LLC that doesn't have anything.
Well, it's 4 feet.
I'm just trying to understand what we're really trying to accomplish here with this ordinance. I'm just not convinced that we're getting any improvement or finding some compromise between trying to balance aesthetics with business. That's just my feeling.
Okay.
I think I'd like to move forward with this, and the reason for that, I think the 4 feet will cost some change, maybe not as much as we want, maybe more than you think. Because after we look at how much is moved and how much more space we have there, maybe at that point, if we need to go back and reevaluate it, Robert can go down and talk to them again. Maybe we make a stronger ordinance or move farther along with it.
The current ordinance requires the inventory to be brought back in, correct?
Yes, sir.
When you were talking to the business owners, Robert, what opposition is there to bringing the inventory in?
Well, if it's tables and chairs and wares and merchandise and decorations, there's a lot of opposition to that because it's extra work.
That's not true. I talked to 2 of those business owners today that have tables and chairs, and they said that if they were asked to bring those in, that they would do that.
Well, I'm giving what the preference was for the majority, sir. So if those 2 people want to change, it's your vote. Make the decision of what you want to do. I'll follow what you want me to do. I was assigned a task to work with the stakeholders. The majority agree with this particular approach. So if you want something else, vote it that way and I'll pursue it.
I'm amenable to further study in terms of, I believe we should enforce the ordinance as it is right now. And if we're going to modify it, we need to have some more study in terms of what could be allowed. I do, in my experience, my history, have some experience in Austin, for instance, downtown, and the onus is on the business owner, particularly when you've got outside seating and other things, is to buy equipment that is convenient so that you can perform according to the current ordinances or laws. So I'm not sure that I like the 4 feet. I think it is going to change some behavior, but I'm not totally in favor of us not enforcing the current ordinance. I'm not sure that we're doing that much. I'm tending to agree with
Thing that I would like to make sure and stress is I think there's a distinction between table and chairs and benches and inventory. And I don't think that we have to assume that if we put some restrictions in our ordinance in place to deal with inventory, goods and services, the Old World Bakery in Front Room, they don't sell anything on the sidewalks, or I don't know, Tootsie May at Golden Girls, occasionally there's A-frames out there, advertising A-frames that they bring in at night, and occasionally they'll put a rack with dresses or clothes out there. I get that. But there's a difference. I think a reasonable person would look at the tables and chairs that are in front of those restaurants and view that differently than a bunch of inventory that is along the sidewalks for resale. For one, it's for resale versus just convenience. The other is anybody can sit at those tables. They're not restricted to just the patrons that are there. I would really like to see the ordinance be amended to have some sort of limitation on just how much they can put out there. And if the argument is by establishing the 4 feet, that in effect limits it, that is a position you take. I would just like to see us be more restrictive, because I know a couple of those properties are really long properties, and that just is that's a whole lot of inventory to put out on the street. So
I just thought we'd asked Robert to go back and actually redo this particular ordinance as far as the sidewalks go by the merchants, and putting that 4 feet, 48-inch clearance. And you said it was a 3 foot for ADA, and now we're making it 4 foot. I can see where in section 3.08.009, section A, maybe the wording here, a business may conduct a limited outdoor display. And I'm just wondering if that's the term, you're looking for a different word there, or something that would change a limited outdoor display of freestanding goods and materials. It's limited. So maybe that 4 feet will preclude them from putting as much of their freestanding goods and materials. I don't know. Let's see what happens.
Well,
But
if-
if we're not enforcing the other ordinance,
Well, but whether or not we're enforcing the ordinance is irrelevant. I mean, if you're talking about an ordinance on the books today that we're not enforcing an ordinance is an issue in and of itself. We shouldn't use that as a justification for this particular proposed ordinance. We have an ordinance in place today that is not being enforced, and I'm not disagreeing with that. I mean, there was some COVID issues. There were some reasons explained at the last meeting for why we weren't enforcing that, but I don't think we were enforcing it before COVID. So I think it does need to be changed. The question is, do we want to incrementally change it just to establish a 4-foot clearance? Or do we want to take this step and try to limit further the amount of inventory that can be displayed? And my personal opinion is that we ought to go a little bit further, and we ought to, I don't think a business down there needs to be able to store, if it's 6 foot wide and they have 2 feet of storage for 40 feet of their building. I just think that's an excessive amount of inventory to be stored on public sidewalk. That's my opinion. I think that it wouldn't be hard to go back and come up with a ratio, either a floor to area or a floor to frontage or some sort of ratio. It wouldn't be any less math than going and pulling the ruler out and deciding what is 4 feet. It's just math. So that's my only point, Councilmember Bruno, is I think using the word limited and actually putting a little bit more in there to restrict the amount of inventory that gets stored was what my goal is.
I mean, like a percentage or something. But remember, go back to what the ordinance is doing. It promotes the health, safety, and welfare of the public. That's what we're saying. And this really.
Public,
Of the
not
public.
just the business
Of-
owner.
It says of the public, correct. So as far as what we asked Robert to go back, we asked him to look at the previous ordinance, which was from 1980 or something like that, and to come up with a modified ordinance. And so you did that, Robert. Thank you. And what you did was you moved, I guess you went and talked to the business owners, from what I understand. Maybe there needs to be more discussion with the business owners, but for right now, this is what we asked him to do, is put together an ordinance. And so I think, we need to make a motion on this particular ordinance.
Absolutely. We asked him to do that. We also included in that looking at some metrics to limit the amount of space. And I think the 4 feet may indirectly do that. Clearly, he has presented an ordinance. So in the simplest form, he's complied with what we asked him to do, but that doesn't imply that we have to accept it. We may give more direction. So I don't want to say that he didn't provide us with an amended ordinance, because he did.
Councilman Etheridge, are you saying that if we were to go to a more restricted definition or a definition other than limited, that you would be willing to leave the inventory out overnight?
I think that I think there's a difference between a small town and a big town. There's a difference between Smithville and Austin. And so Smithville is a small town. We know the business owners. A lot of these business owners have been here for many years. I want to find a way to support them. I want to be reasonable in balancing their needs with the needs of the community. And I think Main Street and downtown is an asset for all of Smithville, not just the businesses that operate on Main Street. And I think beautification and presenting a Main Street that is attractive is valuable to all of Smithville, not just the 6 or 8 or 10 businesses that operate, but they do have a unique interest in being able to conduct business. So I think a balance is appropriate. So yeah, I would probably be comfortable if we could limit the amount of stuff that's out there. I'd probably be comfortable for now letting them keep it out. Let's face it, some of that stuff is pretty heavy and cumbersome for them to move in and out. So I wouldn't necessarily be adamant about them bringing it in, but I just would like to see, I'd like to see about 15 or 20% of the volume of inventory out there today. I mean, out there than what there is today. And that's a huge reduction. You go look at some of those businesses, they go down both sides all the way the full length of the building. So
I'm of the opinion that we, if you want a motion, I'm going to give you one, but I'm of the opinion that we go with it like it is. We reevaluate this in 3 or 4 months, or the next time that, if we're going to, have something to talk about. I think that this ordinance will actually make some changes that we may like. I think it will do its job, which is what we told him to go and do. And I think he did a good job doing it. So are you ready for
I got one more question for the city manager. I've been asked how comprehensive the sidewalk repair project is. If we could just tell publicly to the extent of the sidewalk repair project, where it is and how much is being done?
Okay, there's two projects that are coming to fruition. There's sidewalks that are going to be placed on First Street from Main all the way back to Loop 230. Every intersection on Main Street is going to have an ADA compliant ramp. It doesn't address sidewalks at this point, but I guarantee we're going to ask for more grant money to make that change and happen in the future. So right now, it's just the corners of each intersection.
So when we reference sidewalk repair, that's really not an accurate representation, and we're just talking about the corners. And
You're talking about ADA compliant ramps, correct, on the corners as a prerequisite to eventually getting sidewalk.
Two clarifications of the ordinance as proposed. One is under paragraph E. It says that the business must remove such items upon request by the city. Does the city have the right to remove those items or only require them to remove them? What happens if they don't remove them? The ordinance as proposed says that if they don't do it, you request the owner to remove the items. Does the city have the right under this ordinance to remove the items if they don't do it? And what's the time period?
I don't have that's not addressed here.
Okay,
It's
what
just-
about the fire pits that Silky's occasionally does there in the street? Are you going to enforce that as
in-
well?
In the street is not the sidewalk. So the street, they can continue to have fire pits, not on the sidewalk though, as is addressed in this.
So we can have so you can have a fire pit in the street,
Correct,
just not on the sidewalk.
correct.
I'm sorry,
That's a different ordinance.
council and mayor, just to make sure that the public understands what we're doing here. The net impact of this proposed ordinance in effect is changing us from 3 feet to 48 inches to 4 feet. And the rest of this goes away. I'm talking about the net impact of what we're doing. So right now, the current ordinance says that you can't have inventory out here. We're saying we're doing away with that?
That's correct.
Thank you. That was the clarification I need.
Okay, I'm gonna make a motion that we approve the ordinance amending section 3.08.009 to allow and regulate the use of sidewalks by merchants.
Okay, a motion has been made in second. All in favor? 3. Opposed? 2. So motion passes as the ordinance is presented today. Discussion and action on uniform relocation assistant plan for the city of Smithfield's GLO MIT contract number 22085-020D256.
All right, Mayor and Council, this is something tied to our GLO CDBG MIT funding. And this is the $13 million in funding that we received. And this is one of the projects that we're trying to get approved, and that involves the purchase of 3.7 acres on Loop 230, whereby we're going to construct a detention pond. It's been about a year process, and what I'm asking you to approve is the Uniform Relocation Assistance Plan as required by the GLO. For anyone who occupies or runs a business on that particular property, they're eligible for relocation assistance. This plan specifies that assistance to the individual who had a woodworking shop in the building there, what's commonly referred to as the Quitta property on Loop 230. So if you take action on this, you're approving the plan, and then the tenant will receive relocation assistance as part of the grant.
Any questions? Motion? For the grant. For number 21.
Does the assistance, as that come from the federal government?
The assistant comes from the grant that's in play. I'll entertain a motion or question.
So we have to apply. This is not something that we can do automatically. We have to approve giving them assistance from this grant.
You
for the
do
relocation.
as part of the GLO requirements. Yes, sir. As we did an antiquities, artifacts and archaeological survey, and we had to get approval of the Indian nations. GLO is tough, but that's a 1% match. So yeah, we're going to jump through some hoops.
Citizen comment or anything? Is anything on that?
Nope.
Nope. Mayor, I make a motion that we approve the action of the Uniform Relocation Assistance Plan for the city of Smithville's GLO MIT contract number 22-085-020-D256.
I'll second that motion.
Motion and second, all in favor? 1, 2. Approved. Discussion and action on creating a community input agenda item on future agendas to get citizen input and concerns. Councilman James.
Thank you, Mayor. I wanted to bring forth this item in recognition of our efforts to conduct our business in front of the people in a fully transparent fashion and provide a means of holding us accountable for listening to the needs of the citizens and doing what we say we're going to do. This isn't a new concept. The citizens have always had the right to address us. I think we had an example tonight of a new individual not necessarily understanding the processes or procedures. So we need to do a good job of education there, and that would be a part of this process. And I think that we can do a better job of promoting the opportunity and continuing to earn the respect and support of the community. Other towns and cities do this to varying degrees of success. It's simple. We decide on dedicating a set amount of time at each meeting to hear from the people on any topic they want to bring forward. We can't take action, but we can acknowledge the issue and decide whether to take it up in the future. If we need more or less time in a given meeting, we can decide to extend or give back time to proceed with the meeting. And I'm suggesting we start at 30 minutes. That would give 10 people time to speak, and we can adjust accordingly based on the type of reaction and response we get from the citizens.
I think the concept is good. I worry about people that will come in and use this for other things other than to bring comments to the city about what they want done. People that might have actions that they want that are against the city, things like that. It bothers me that we're just giving them an open floor to address us.
You have that right.
They have that right if we're addressing something within the agenda and things like that. When you open the floor, that's a different right. They have that right to do it in public, but it bothers me about things like that. I've seen this at other city councils that do that, and I've seen it turn violent and become things that are really bad. So I worry about that.
That would be up to us, the mayor and the council, to make sure that we control the speech in terms of any type of commentary that might not be appropriate.
So are you saying, Mitch, that they would sign up ahead of time with Jennifer, that they would have this community agenda item, that it'd already be signed up? We'd already know who's going to be speaking. Is that what
Well,
you're
I mean,
saying?
the process right now, as long as they come sign up before the meeting, I'm saying that we would dedicate the first 20 to 30 minutes in the initial stage of the council meeting or the workshop or whatever it might be, so that people know that this is your time to sign up and speak your mind and bring to our attention any issues that you think we're not addressing or need to address or have not adequately addressed prior to that. And if they don't sign up and take advantage of the time, then we don't have to give it.
Have we checked with council? Can we limit the aggregate to 30 minutes or 20 minutes, thereby potentially leaving people out that might want to speak?
Our current protocol for that is 30 minutes for 10 people, 3.
Okay. Okay,
3
well,
minutes apiece.
okay, so as long as we can set amount of time that we're going to dedicate, so that doesn't, jeopardize the whole meeting, that we said it's 20 minutes or 30 minutes. I'm supportive of doing this. The citizens ought to have the right to come and address us and not rely on us getting something on the agenda.
What, have you looked at other cities that are doing this and how has it worked out for them? I'm just curious.
I talked to people at TML. I actually talked to the mayor of Bastrop recently about it. And it's, in some towns, it's standard for this to proceed. And it's in recognition of the people who feel like that their voices are not heard. It's their opportunity to bring up stuff. It is successful in varying degrees based on the amount of interaction you have from the community, how much the citizens care. And I think that we've been doing a good job evolving the work that we do and doing it in a transparent and accountable fashion. And I think that I hope that the citizens would take advantage of it, but there's no guarantee what's going to happen. Yeah.
You're going to have people with access to grind that are going to come and get their 3 minutes. The point is, are they entitled to that? Possibly.
Hi, Lee Kilgore, 403 Ramona. The city of Houston does what I used to call open mic night. So because I took advantage of it many times, it allows you to bring in a concerted effort multiple groups for causes that citizens are engaged in. You're going to find, I think, that there will be crazy. They will show up, but other people will also show up. And it is the only opportunity that citizens have to address every single council member, the mayor, in this case, also a city manager, but to bring valid concerns and a request to take action. And if not to take action, to at least know that there is a concern about it. So I think it's a great idea. I would support it. You do have 3 minutes. The cutoff is the same as if we were coming before you to talk. What I used to do is bring 3 people in a row, so we'd have 9 minutes total. Tell my council member that I'm going to come talk, and then I get on the agenda and hopefully move to the top. But it's usually like 2 hours. So to just limit it once a month, if you're concerned about the frequency of it, it works well for citizens and I think council members. So
I've gotten some feedback from people who are asking if they could represent, and I'm asking you specifically with your experience. Now, of course, Houston's a different animal, but the ability for them to say, I represent a certain group of constituents in a certain neighborhood. I mean, one of the things that we talked about earlier in the year was a neighborhood outreach program. This is the beginning of that. At least it provides the opportunity for someone to say, I'm representing people on Charleston Avenue, and there are 8 people who have given me approval to bring forth the following points. And as far as I'm concerned, you name those people, it's fine. But yeah, you could represent the thoughts of more than just one person.
Absolutely.
I'm very much in favor of opening this up for the people to tell us how we're doing.
Let me give you some more information, please. I have spoken to Jason about that. Yes, and a lot of cities do actually have an open comment period. There are pros and cons to each. Like you said, there's going to be one day when someone comes up and, pro Hamas or pro whatever, and you're going to have to listen to it. That aside, to Councilmember Jameson's point, should citizens come up and speak, there's actions that you can and can't do as a council. I'm going to review those. They're in the notes, but the citizens don't have it. So there are a few things to keep in mind if the city decides to add this kind of agenda item. Number one, discussion is very limited. In response to a citizen comment, council members may only A, make a statement of specific factual information related to the comment. B, make a statement of existing policy related to the comment. C, propose to place the subject on a future agenda. Number 2, our GC's general counsel's recommendation is that for a response to the citizen comment, you say thank you and leave it at that. So the intent here is not to engage in a back and forth conversation. They have 3 minutes to make a comment. Citizen comments are subject to the city's rules on comments. For example, 3 minutes, you must sign up, so forth and so on. If the city puts a general comment section on the agenda item, all members of the public have a right to make comment. So with that in mind, that was from our legal counsel.
I'm formulating a motion in my head. Just a second. Mayor, I move that we implement a community input agenda item, or that how it was phrased, just in Robert, we can come up with the correct phrasing so that we allocate 30 minutes per council meeting for citizens to sign up and speak on any topic of interest.
Would that be a maximum of 30 minutes, or I'm sorry, just kind of clarify?
I think we would have to adjust. If we can limit to 30, I certainly would like to do that. I'm not trying to expand the meeting. I don't know how well this will be received. The people that I've talked to, of course, have said it's well received to them, and they were willing to tell me that. I haven't had anybody tell me that it's a bad idea, but I would, if 20 people, when we have controversial items on the agenda, we can't stop 25 people from signing up. Correct? No, you can't.
That was my question, is
It's
we
unlimited.
we have to be able to. That's why I asked the
There is
question.
a
You
limit.
you can set an absolute limit. There's also considerations for rules of conduct. There are certain types of things. There's a fine line between freedom of speech and how you have to conduct yourself, but we can set a maximum amount of time, is my understanding. That's why I asked the question, could we set it?
Jennifer's going to elaborate.
Yeah, tell us what we can do.
So there is some verbiage in the rules of conduct. And so if there's multiple people signed up, then that you limit it, it's not 3 minutes, it's 2 minutes or 1 minute, depending on how many people signed up. So it gives more people an opportunity. They just won't have as long.
So you can set the aggregate amount of time that you allocate to this agenda item.
Yes.
Okay. And so if you allocated 30 minutes, then, and you had 10 people, they each get 3 minutes. If you had, 20 people, they get half as much. They
Yes.
get a minute and a half, or whatever it is. Okay.
But understand the human nature is going to want to be to engage, like we did with the
Yeah, yeah,
gentleman here. So you have to be careful with that if you implement this going forward. Thank you for your comments. So just want to give that advice.
I think, is it a fair characterization to say that the process and the right for the people to do this is already in place? All we're doing is formalizing it and encouraging and educating and trying to get more participation and feedback.
Well, they can only speak now to things that are on the agenda. That's the
correct.
difference, is this gives people the opportunity to Lee's point. There can be any number of things that don't rise to the level of getting 2 council members to agree to put something on the agenda. And that's what this is for, is it's designed for people to, maybe they don't feel it's as important enough to pursue getting it formally put on the agenda as a special agenda item, but they just want to talk to their elected officials. And, even though there's the chance for some shenanigans, and there's certain examples of that, you can watch any number of cities that do it and you'll have your crazies from time to time. But I think that the benefits probably outweigh it, my guess. And if it becomes problematic, we can always change it.
Is it a signal that Chief Repka just came up to the front? What is your opinion, sir? Please.
Come to the mic, please.
Absolutely.
Thank you.
I'm not against it at all. I just think that we all need to prepare ourselves for one person getting upset and wanting me to remove somebody or charge them with disruption in a meeting or procession or something like that. And, I don't want, we're gonna have to be very, very, very understanding that, if somebody hurts somebody's feelings in here or something like that, I'm using primary language, but it's gonna be hard for me to decide on the fly unless it's just something so egregious that it's in your face. You know, if it's just a difference of opinion, um, it's gonna be a little foggy and a little muddy. And y'all have always worked good with me, and hopefully we don't cross that bridge. But if we do, it might be something that I can't deal with at the time. I mean, I would have to consult with district attorneys, and things of that nature if it was something on the edge, and so just something to think about. I think it's a great idea on the surface, but there will be the ones. I mean, if you watch some of these council meetings, there's people come in and they use a fake name and
Yeah,
they
of
say a
course.
bunch of crazy stuff. And
Let me ask a question to the council. If a citizen approached any of us and said that they thought that there was something important going on in the community, and I don't know what, let's just say it's crime, dogs barking or whatever, and they wanted to have an opportunity to address the council, would we put it on the agenda so they could address the council, or would we direct it to Chief Repka and not give them the opportunity to address their? Okay, and see, my point here is that citizens have the right to address their elected officials. And that's the point here, is that it's a fine line, and I'm not disagreeing anything that you say. I do think it has the potential to create problems. I'm not so sure we're not making more out of this than what really happens. People still have to make the effort to come up here and want to do for 2 minutes, take their time to wait for their time. Will you have somebody occasionally? Perhaps. I'll bet more times than not, it's going to be legitimate people that really have an issue. Has that been your experience? Yeah. So that's why I think in anything you can have some bad apples, and I'd be willing to bet on the majority and give people the opportunity to address their elected officials.
It takes a lot of effort for people in the community to come forward and speak in the first place. I think we're probably overstating the potential negative impact that might be out there versus the good that this would do.
I think there's go ahead, Jenny.
Are we limiting, it's only for Smithville citizens and those in the ETJ, or is this anybody can come in?
It's anybody. And everybody has, ways to address their councilman. If they want to address everyone, I understand that. But I've seen this negative stuff even on next door. Y'all have seen it all addressed at me for recycling. These things are happening like that. The ability to come in and talk and say things, I'm all for that. Okay. But you lead yourself open to personal attacks, them just coming in and saying something bad about the council people, anything they want to say. If that's what you want to do, then you might get that. I don't know, but I'm not for it.
The last thing I wanted to say is that just if y'all decide to do this, just a little understanding when it comes to if there is the expectation of an enforcement action, working through that process with me, and have an understanding that sometimes it's just not black and white,
Other than the fact that because you have open mic, so to speak, so everything's allowed, so to speak. I mean, we have that same risk today. There are controversial items that show up on the agenda from time to time. The budget was a good example of that, where there's really strong opinions about it. And, you could very easily have had and did. I mean, we had a very emotional meeting about hot tax in the Chamber of Commerce, whether they were dysfunctional or bankrupt and all of that, very emotional. And there were some people that, made some comments that were pretty emotional. So I don't know that, but that's my point, is that just because it's on the agenda, just because it's not on the agenda doesn't mean you're not still going to get people that can say things that are difficult to hear or controversial. So again, I'm not terribly worried. I'm not saying that it won't happen. People asked for this type of thing to you, Mitch?
Absolutely.
Okay.
It's one of the primary complaints that I get is that we're not accessible. A question to all of my colleagues, is the fear that we're losing control of the agenda?
Not a fear of
No.
losing control of the agenda. We won't lose control of the agenda. We might lose control of the room.
Jennifer, can you restate my motion, please?
Mitch, you said there's 2,980 people in this village. And you said you talked to a lot of people that want this to happen. What is a lot of people that want this to happen?
16.25. A couple of dozen, and over the course of, since I was sworn in, because I was such a big advocate for open access and transparency and accountability and reporting.
Okay, so I'll second the motion.
Have to be 30 minutes. Let's say we did a trial on this. Can it be first time we do it, 15 minutes? I got some concerns, even with Chief Repka speaking up. You know, we have had some folks that have attacked people in this town that, you know, are looking for an opportunity to come back and have a space to do that. And so are we opening ourselves up to the space? I mean, I know of two off the top of my head that they watch these meetings, so they know. I mean, any opportunity, I know it'd probably be, maybe they won't, you know, do it, but is there any way we can limit, like, let's say the first time we did it, 15 minutes, you know, so, and just see how it goes, because I don't want to, I don't want to open this up, because tonight, whoever's watching, and they do watch, and they're going to say, oh, I'm good.
11 people watching.
Okay, well, okay. That's right. They watch it later.
No, I'm sorry, council member.
Would
I'm
you,
amenable
would
to-
you be willing to amend your motion to 15 minutes as a?
Let's just try it like a trial
a
pilot
trial
program.
period, 15 minutes. I just like this to move forward with the process. I'm really concerned that we feel like we're operating in an environment of fear. We should not be afraid of this.
Second the motion with the 15 minutes.
Motion has been made and second. All opposed? Motion is approved. Cynthia, it's your turn, sister. Discussion and action on approval of financial report.
Before Cynthia goes into that, I want to ask Jennifer a question with the rules of conduct and decorum. We need to modify that to include a public comment period. Okay. Fair enough. Thank you.
And Mayor, just one moment before you start, just a second. Robert wanted me to put these up. These are the new cards for the recycle. If you would like to look at them after the meeting, we'll be right out here. They're gonna look like Edwards having signs down at the recycle center. Lots of new signage and lots of new things. So just so y'all know. Yes, sir. Would you like to see them?
No. I'm glad I took all those boxes last week before the new.
Yeah, there you are. Yeah, you weren't the only one. There was a line around the whole block.
One of the things, just before we go to the next item, just for clarification, the motion's already been made and passed, but this public comment period, remember, we can always, as a council, decide to give people additional time. So if we have 20 people sign up and there's not enough time, and we want to extend that, and we know that it's a legitimate issue, they can ask the council to consider that. That's something that we can do. We have the ability to grant that. What happens right now is we don't have the ability for citizens to approach us. Hold on, we have no way for the citizens to approach us unless it's on the agenda.
How could they not approach us? Cynthia, go ahead. Huh? I'm not, no. Okay. Cynthia.
Okay, in your council package, you should have received the November financial report. Not a lot going on, second month of the year. I mean, we have a lot of expenses up front. a lot of the annual expenses. We had a big bond payment that came in, so you can see the utility department is kind of at a negative balance, but kind of due to the timing of the nature. A lot of insurance payments, that bond payment, and just not a lot of revenue. Utility bills are lower at this time of the year and stuff like that. So nothing looks out of the ordinary from what it normally is from year to year. And the fund balances are really close to where they should be. They're kind of just a timing thing. I do know that we've received a lot of property tax payments, so the general fund is definitely next month going to turn around. You'll see a big difference next month in that issue. I don't know if y'all have any other questions outside of that. And then you also had the tax note, the spending on that. There's been a lot of activity in the tax note and things like that. You can see where things have been spent per the report that you have in your packet. I don't know if y'all have any other questions.
On this, it's the ARPA funding, the November 30th, 2023, where it says services 25%. This is for Langford. It says services 25% of project expended, but it says we've paid 100%. So does that mean that we've paid 100% of their fee, but they've only completed 25% of the project?
On which, I'm sorry, where you're at?
It's this report, Cynthia, that says City of Smithville ARPA funding period ending November
the
30th.
ARPA?
Yeah, the one that has the blue highlight. This one right here.
Uh-huh.
And it's at the very top, it says $30,000 round one original projection grant administration. It says established record keeping system services. 25% of the project is expended, but it shows that we've paid 100% of the cost.
Oh, I have never changed that. I mean, the first round in this one is all 100%.
Okay, so
done.
they're not 25% expended. They're 100% done.
Yeah, out of that first round. And then when you get over to
Okay.
the second round, there's the other 30, because
Okay.
we've paid them their 30,000. If you look, the paid to date is 30,000. I didn't realize. I'll take that off
Okay,
next time.
so they've done 100% of what they were supposed to do for
on
the
the first
30,000.
on the first round, and they haven't billed us on the second
Okay.
round at all. We
All right.
still owe them that full 30,000.
Okay. That's all I had. I mean, you pointed out that, our run rate, straight line run rate for both revenues and expenses is a little bit off just because of seasonality, right? Yeah.
Right.
Okay,
I
thank
mean,
you.
it's definitely going to change next month in the general fund.
Yeah.
So I got one question, Cynthia, on the street and alley, where it's showing our percent of budget, 20.4%. And then last year at the same time, we were running about 9.38%. So was that because of supplies and materials that we had to get for streets and alley?
Well, I think that has a lot to do with the
Maybe Edward knows.
in the street and alley. There's
Yeah.
because we took a big percentage out of the street and alley and moved it into the tax note. So I think that it's affecting some of your percentage when you're looking at it. It's not really, your number's not
This one here.
you're looking at the supplies and the material
Yeah.
line item, because you moved a lot this year out to that tax note. So we have a lot less. So the percentages are a little bit.
Well, it looks like we spent more is what I guess I'm asking.
Yeah, but we've spent 41,000 compared to last year's
Yes,
22. But if you
yes.
look at your budgeted, last year we budgeted 244,000. This year there's only 128.
Oh, okay. I'm sorry.
And
That's
because
right.
all
We
that was
it.
moved
Got it.
to the tax
So it's a
note.
higher percentage.
So your percentages
you.
get off,
Got it. Thank
causing
you.
that to look
Thank you.
wonky.
Okay.
I do.
Move we approve the financial report as presented.
I need a second. All in favor? Approved. Next item is we're going into a closed meeting. The city council will hold an executive meeting pursuant to the Open Meetings Act, Chapter 551, Government Code, Vernon's Texas Code, annotated in accordance with the authority contained in Section 551074. We'll be back. Y'all got to stay. I just. Yeah, but I think we need to finish it first, and I don't think they're, okay. Meeting is adjourned.